Hey Mike, how are you? You ready? You're in early. What are we now? What are you, 10 in the morning ish? Hey Daniel. Well, today it's a bank holiday here. Hey Bob. It's a bank holiday here in the UK. It's a postponed Boxing Day because Boxing Day, because Christmas was on Friday. So the day after Christmas is always a holiday here. And because it was Saturday, so you get repaid that day's holiday because you anyway would have had a day off on Saturday here in this country. So they've given us this Monday as an extra holiday. So I've spent a bit of time with the kids and now I'm gonna make a pipe. Finally got myself some sandpaper. Right, that's 600. That's a bit of 240. 240 is actually a very, very good grit. It's a good medium grit. Gives you already the beginnings of a smooth finish. I find 240 is also very good for when you're working with acrylic. Oh, this is a multi-pack, isn't it? 400, 240, 240, 600, 1500. Interesting. We'll keep that one separate. That one can go at the top. This one looks like 180. I start with 180 when I'm hand sanding. 180 is the lowest one that I do. On the wheel itself, on the sanding wheel, I'm usually at 40 grit or 60 grit, so it's really low. And it really cuts into the wood very nicely. Some more 400. Okay, so we're nicely stocked up now. Ooh, just realised the only one I didn't get is 320. I think they didn't have it in stock, if I'm not mistaken. I have got some 320, but it's a different brand. Okay. It is absolutely brass monkeys here. Freezing, freezing cold. I've got four and a half. This is a half layer. I've got 2 heaters going, and it's still freezing here. Absolutely freezing. Let me catch up with some of these messages here. Hey James, how you doing? No, it won't be a bulldog shape. I'll show you the shape soon. Morning, Eric Sledge. You're just having a short story. Arturo Fuente, I assume, ECL. Enjoy that. Boris, how you doing? Rockin' Steady, how you doing? Okay, so what I'm going to be doing here, this is a nice wide piece of briar. And what I want to do is a Rhodesian, but quite a flat one, but very wide. I'm going to use the whole, almost the whole width of this block to make a nice round. And what I'm planning on doing, depending on the grain, because potentially this has got very nice grain, certainly on one side. But what I'm hoping to do, if the briar works out, I'm hoping to have a smooth top, a ring, and then my razor finish. That's what I'm aiming to do. We'll see how that goes. Hey Josh, how you doing? So first thing I need to do is to draw the pipe. This is very rough drawn. The main thing I need is the drill lines, because the actual shape will take place on the lathe. So you guys, you've seen that I'm sort of focus a lot on this line, this sweeping line being nice and smooth. So the first place where that starts is drawing it as one sweeping line. So that's roughly going to be where it stops. And you do have to always watch the shape of the block, because the block undulates, goes up and down. Sometimes you can find that you cut into the block, you're ready to do the face of the shank, and then you realize that actually you don't have enough circumference there. So you've always got to keep an eye out on that. Daniel, there's no rules. You make whatever pipe you want to make. So if I want to make one this size, I'll make one this size. The actual chamber, my chambers are generally 20 mil. I rarely vary that. Occasionally it's 18 mil, occasionally it's 24 mil, 22 mil, but generally speaking, I stick to 20 mil, unless I'm doing, for instance, a pickaxe or something where there's an extreme curve and the bowl, and I need to do a thinner bowl in order to make sure I've got enough briar on the walls. And the same applies on the top here, because I've got plateau here, so I've got to make sure that I do the top line of the pipe lower, because I want to do a smooth bowl on this pipe on the top. Okay, so that's roughly what we're looking at. So there'll be a ring there. Depends how much. I might even do this a lot steeper. I might do it sort of a much more subtle bend, not as acute as that, and just make a much broader, rounder, domed top. So that line might be higher or low. That will decide once I've got the rough shape done. And the thing also, when you're making a pipe where you want to put a ring on the pipe, you have to always, well, you can do it, but to make your life easy, don't make a full bent pipe. If you make a full bent pipe, then when you're trying to carve the ring, you're going to be hitting the shank. So always leave a little bit of room there, so that when that's spinning around, you can still get your tool there to make that ring. I've thought of doing pretty much every single shape there is, Daniel, but it doesn't mean that I actually do it. I have done well, a spigot generally. I don't have my Wi-Fi, so I've gone over onto data. We'll see what happens. I'm going to try and go back to Wi-Fi soon, because if I get a phone call, the whole thing's cut short, and it's very possible that I'll get a phone call on this phone. I record on my, this is the iPhone SE Mark II, the newer iPhone, and it's what I use as my daily phone. So it's very possible that I'll get a phone call. If I do, it messes up the YouTubes, the lives. Well, it'll disconnect it. So what I usually do is go into flight mode and just use the Wi-Fi. But for some reason, the Wi-Fi is giving me grief. I'm going to try and go back onto it now. Bear with me. And we'll see if that stays. And now I'm going to go into flight mode. And hopefully you guys will still be with me. Hey Chris, hey MCgar, how you doing? If you get the spinning circle again, do let me know and I'll go back to data. So we're on Wi-Fi now, hopefully it'll stay that way. As much as we have this amazing technology, we still can be scuppered at the flip of a coin. Okay, so that's what we're doing. It's going to be quite a large, flat, round, domed Rhodesian. Hey, volunteer. Going to be a ring there. And depending on the briar, my aim is, unless it's beautiful grain and I just won't be able to bring myself to rusticate it, but my aim is to have a nice, smooth, hopefully bird's eye domed top and a razor finish on the bottom. That's what I'm aiming for. The stem I'm looking at the moment is this, a beautiful caramel swirly stem. It's got lovely striations in it, which is why I picked it. It's really, really nice, and I'll stain it accordingly once I get to that point. A lovely, lovely stem there. Alright, so I'm going to just do the lines. Yeah, I was going to talk about that, MCgar. You're right. The spigot is usually done with silver or metal, and the friction, the army mount, is generally push in. I did have one here, that yellow stemmed one, but I've taken it up because I'm planning on doing another sale video. I'm really thinning the herd of my pipe collection. I'm really, pretty much for the most part, smoking my own pipes now, and just with a few exceptions. So you're going to see some of my personal favourite pipes coming up for sale soon. I do this pretty much by eye. Some people are very particular about measuring it up to the nth degree. I've never really been like that, and occasionally I'll come a cropper because of it, but generally speaking it works well. So that's the shank line. That's the axes of the shank, and when it goes on the lathe, that will be the axes. The draft is, I could, leave it there and drill the draft there as well, but I prefer to have more meat under the draft hole. So I always do a separate drill, most times anyway, except if I'm doing those stubby ones. Then if it's straight and stubby, then there's enough meat underneath it. But I prefer to have plenty of meat underneath the chamber. This little line here generally denotes roughly, not quite, almost to the bottom of the mortise. The mortise will actually be around there. But generally what I've worked out over the experience of making the last 260 odd pipes almost, is that do it roughly around there, and as long as this line crosses over there, I will get a draft hole virtually in the middle of the mortise. Sometimes it'll be slightly high, but generally speaking it'll always be in an acceptable area, an acceptable position, but usually it will be dead center. When you do a more bent pipe, it's a much bigger struggle, and I have to compromise. Generally speaking, when you've got the mortise, so if you imagine the mortise is drilled into there, and that's the bottom hole, which is roughly the size of my mortises, maybe a drop bigger. It's just over 10 millimeters, my mortise. And then, so ideally, you want the drill hole to be bang in the middle. So ideally, you want it like that. Mine's bigger, it's 4.5 millimeters, so it's bigger. So you want that to be bang in the middle. But because mine are 9 mil, if it's a fraction higher, it doesn't really matter, because the filter, when it comes in, it covers most of that. The 90, probably 98, 95% of that. So it's not a problem. There's a little bit more forgiveness when it comes to the mortise on a 9 mil. The only downside is if you're buying the pipe and using it with an adapter, and you're not using a filter, and you want to get a pipe cleaner through it, that can be challenging. The ones that I've done with the bent pipes, I can't guarantee that, but with the straight pipes, usually never an issue. And you can put I've tried it with the pipes with customers that want to have it as a non-9 mil, and they put an adapter in. I will then usually re-drill the adapter, and I'll put a countersink on both sides of the adapter, so that they can get their pipe cleaner in, and also so that the smoke path is smooth. And usually it won't be a problem. If somebody tells me specifically that they want that, then that's what I'll do. With the bent pipe, it's a lot harder. Yes, Daniel, I think I'm like you. I've got extra meat on the bones. The straight square Ascolti. Yeah, it's everything's possible. I have to really go through I've got 2 bags of pipes, 2 carrier bags of pipes ready to go into the cell. The Ascolti, the square Ascolti, is not in there, because that is still in my rotation for certain types of blends, for American style aromatics, like on the odd occasion that I'll have some half and half, or maybe I'll have some Amphora Full Aroma, Velvet, that kind of thing. I use that pipe for that, generally speaking. But I rarely smoke those now. All right, so there we go. It actually looks a little bit off. Three and a half. It's actually bang on. Look at that. You can't have exactly the same diameter if you're trying to put something inside it. So even if it's a half a mil, there has to be a difference, because if it's exactly the same, it'll just hit the edge and it won't go in. In order for a container to contain something, that something has to be smaller than the container, otherwise it can't fit. So whatever happens, the filter has to be smaller than the mortise. The system that I use is that I use tenons. I buy the tenons, and the tenons are a certain size, and that's the same as probably 90% of all the manufacturers out there, whether it's Savinelli, whether it's Stanwell, Butcher-Quan, any of the ones Vaughan, who do 9 mil, they all use the same as what I use. So what I'm doing is an industry standard. Yes, there is some wiggle room, but the real bit that you have to be careful about is not so much the diameter. The diameter is not the problem, although some people are fussy about that, but I'm not. But what you really need to worry about Okay, a quick diagram. So there's your pipe, there's your chamber, tobacco chamber, and there's your draft. Goes into the end of the mortise here. That's your stem. That's your tenon. It's not proportional, obviously. That's your... Now your filter goes... So there's your filter. The hatched bit is your filter. Now, the space over here between the tenon and the filter, so when you smoke, a little bit of smoke, most of the smoke goes through the filter, but some will find its way around the outside there. And from my perspective, that's absolutely fine. What that does is it opens up the draw a little bit, because if you have a very precisely made, like some, I won't mention names, but some carvers who are very, I mean, they're superb craftsmen, and they'll make it absolutely to a nanometer, and it will fit precisely. What happens with that is that those pipes, the draw actually is quite tight, because everything is being drawn through the filter. I actually don't like pipes like that. I've got one or two like that, which have been custom made, and I'm not so keen on that. In fact, one pipe which I'm expecting now, I asked the carver to make me another pipe. I asked him to leave a gap over here. A little gap. The problem is this area here. So this is the stem. This is the stem over here. So what you can get is, if this mortise is drilled too long, say it's drilled to there, when you draw on the pipe, you get a piston action where this filter is basically shoots back. When you draw out, it shoots back that way, and you get this. It's not the end of the world. It's just, you know, it's like a gurgle. A gurgle doesn't do anything to you, doesn't harm you. It's just uncomfortable. It's annoying, and it's the same with this. It's just it becomes a feature of the pipe that you get this little. You can feel the filter flying backwards and forwards because there's too much play here. So when I drill my pipes, I drill them to try and make sure that there's very little. Sometimes there is a little play, it's true, but generally speaking, I drill them to make sure that there's no play horizontally. But there is a little bit around the filter over here, so that smoke can find its way around. I prefer it that way for two reasons. One, the aforementioned, which is so that the draw isn't so tight. And number two, you actually get more of the flavor of the actual tobacco coming through, but you're still filtering out the vast majority of it. So that's how I do it, and that's my particular ethos when it comes to making the pipe. So even though some people don't agree with it, that's the ethos of how I make mine, and if you like that, then you buy it. If you don't, then you either compromise and buy it, or you don't buy it. Right, so that's that little lesson. Sorry, half a tick. Right, where is my par? Here it is, right in front of my nose. Okay, the next step is I'm going to cut out a rough shape around the pipe. I'm going to do that on the bandsaw. I will take you with me. I'm not sure how much you'll see, but we'll try our best. So we've got the vacuum. I have a separate vacuum. I've got a large vacuum machine extractor for my sanding wheel, but I use a separate vacuum machine just for the bandsaw and my large disc sander. It's sort of more localized, and it just works a lot simpler that way. This is pretty much an entry-level bandsaw. It's not very good. It does the job and I stick with it just because I can manage. At some point though, I'll need to invest in a better one because I could take off a lot more briar if I had a better, more stable. This thing, as much as I tighten it, it's very wobbly and I can't cut a straight line. I've got to keep moving the briar to keep it straight. As much as I try to calibrate it, it doesn't really do an ideal job. No, you can't see this. I'm trying to show you the sanding wheel. Hey Jeff. Right, so that's a nice outline there. I leave a bit extra on the top so it gives me room to play with. And also on the shank face, you want a bit extra height here so that when you're sanding, you can sand exactly how you want it. You don't want to be cutting this precisely and then finding that you've got to sand down the stem because you've gone a little bit shy. I hope I'm going to be able to open the chuck enough. think it's going to be a struggle to open this up, because I've actually got to buy another chuck and send this one in for a repair. I've already taken it apart, greased it, so I made it usable, because it wasn't usable before at all. It had virtually no movement at all in it. But briar dust does seem to be, yeah, I think I've come to the extreme now. That's the max. Right, I'm probably going to have to sand this down a bit. I need to really change the pad on this, but I haven't bothered. Be a lot simpler for me to cut it on the bandsaw, but it's just not accurate enough, and I'll end up losing briar. Just a tad more. What that means is that the circumference is going to be a little bit smaller. Sometimes you've got to make those compromises. Okay, we're good. So although I'm taping it off here to mark out the drill hole, I always know that I've got to drill it a little bit more, because once it's on the lathe, I'm going to be using a Forstner bit to straighten off to face off the shank. So I'm going to lose another couple of millimeters. So I know I've always got to go in beyond the tape. So that's correct, to make that correct. I'm definitely going to have to move the tape on this one. And here again, I mark this off just shy of where I want it so that I don't overshoot. See if I've missed any messages. Hey Mike, how you doing? Hey Louisiana, Texas Piper. You can buy different bands for the sort. I have done that. I have done that. Hey Charlie, you stay safe while you're driving. Yeah, Jordan, I trust me, I've tried all of that. I've bought with much higher teeth to the inch, lower teeth to the inch. I've spoken to Axminster, who specialise in all this stuff. It's going to have its limitations, but yeah, I could carry on experimenting, but I've just learned to make do, and I just work around it. But at some point, I want to get a better one. Hey Heatham, how you doing? Good to see you again. Chelsea versus Villa. Boo! Enjoy, Boris. All right, let's get cracking. Come on, you Spurs! All right, so I'm using a relatively new set of jaws here, which I got from Primal Cheetah, raw crafted. So first I'm drilling the mortise, which has to be on the axes of the shank. So that's the lower line. So that's to make sure that it's drilled horizontal to the shank. The drill is going to be different. What's important also is that when you have the block like that, it's looking distorted now because it's close to you, but basically you've got to do the best that you can, and I haven't done it perfectly here, but you've got to do the best that you can to have the sides square to the base, so that when you load it onto the jaws, it's loading straight and square, and it makes a difference when you come to drill it and you want everything to line up nicely. It's important to have that as square as possible before you load it onto the chuck. And you know, you can make the little sort of minor adjustments as you load it before you tighten it off properly. And always look at it from both sides, so that laterally it's also correct. One of the ways I do it is that all of these jaws have got teeth. They've got rows of teeth on the inside. So I count the rows on that side and I count the rows on that side. It's not an exact science because the block might be slightly off, so you can't rely on that entirely. But if you've sanded this on your bandsaw and you've got if you've sanded it on your sanding disc and you have a plate on the sanding disc which is flat, like a ground plate like this. So if you've got something like that for it to sit on, so you know that your base of your block is as flat as you can get it, then that's a good place to start. Tillerman, I'm standing up for you. This is a big old block, so I'm making sure it's doubly sure that it's properly seated. And we're not straight. The problem with all of these jaws I find is that they spread as you tighten up. There is another set of jaws which I want to get, but they're Rawcrafted has them as well, but they're $350. But I do want to get those. I can get them in Europe as well, but they're all roughly the same price. But it's cheaper from America because the dollar's very good for us at the moment. I might just take the plunge and get that. Okie dokie. As you were, old boy. Cheers. Forcing a bit. What I would really like to get, and I don't know if I'd have to have it machine made or not, is a forcing a bit with a drill to make the mortise at the same time. I would really like that. I know that Boswell's, he's got a lot of sort of custom-made machinery, and I think he's got a drill bit which does pretty much all of it in one shot, one draw of the drill press, and he's got everything done pretty much. Okay, so what we're going to do now is face off the shank. I don't really want to go in more than a couple of millimeters maximum. Usually go in about a millimeter, millimeter and a half. Just got to make sure that you're fully flat, because sometimes that edge is not straight. So just got to make sure you're fully in there. And once I've got the depth that I want, I let it run a bit longer just to smooth it off. I don't sand that. Once that's done, I don't touch it. I don't touch that edge at all, ever. It might get stained, but there's no sanding, no buffing. Generally speaking, there's no buffing on this, and this will just be left as it is because it's so, the tolerance of this flat edge is so delicate. Any deviation from that, and the junction of stem and shank is messed up. And I'm terrible like that. I'm so, my eye will not accept even the slightest deviation, and that's why a lot of the pipes that I have that are seconds, it's because of that. And people will get the pipe and they'll say, what's the problem with the pipe? Why is it a second? And I'll say, well, there's a very slight, you'll see a very slight difference or a slight gap, and they'll not believe that's the reason why it's a second. So I've learnt I don't touch that edge. I'm just going to countersink it. Although to be honest, on most of mine I don't need the countersink because I countersink the tenon into the stem. So the base of the tenon and stem is actually flat. You don't have that little edge, little flange on most of my pipes, not all, on most. But I do it anyway because it helps locate it when you're putting the stem in. It just makes it easier if you've got a smooth path to do it. So there we've got a nice bevel, a nice countersink. Right, next I have to, where are we? Stem. So now I've got to just turn the shank so that it lines up with the stem. If I do it after I do I've got to move it slightly to do the draft hole. So I have to do it now before I do that, otherwise I'll never line it up precisely. So I look for the more attractive side on the top, and that's always debatable, which is the more attractive side of the pattern on the striations on the stem. And on this one, the truth of the matter is this side is nicer, but this side is more symmetrical. And because you're lining up the top, I prefer the symmetry on the top. Okay, in order to support the stem, because when you're spinning and turning and then sanding, there can be some movement there because of the centrifugal force. So I put the live center in, and just in the mouthpiece a fraction, give it a very small rotation. I'm not really pushing into it because what that will do is spread the hole in the mouthpiece, which I don't want to do. So just a very small amount of pressure, just so that it's supported at both ends. What I do is with my tool rest, I've mentioned this before as well, is I line up the tool rest with the edge of the top edge of the block here, so that I know that I can go only so far as the end and no more. Otherwise, if I do that, then there's a danger of me hitting it or me getting whacked on my finger. So I leave about a couple of millimeters between the edge, and I know where I'm at. I had a visitor. It was my daughter, was it? They know when I'm on a video that I'm not going to talk to them, so unless it's important, obviously. Okay, that'll do. Just going to straighten it off a little bit. Beautiful joint, perfect joint. Let's hope it stays that way. Okay, next up we've got to drill the draft. Excuse me just a sec, I've just got to pop indoors for a second. Right, humble apologies, but my young couple just turned up at the door and we had to give them, they come to say hello and had to give them something, so. Okie dokie. Right, where are we up to? We are drilling the shank. Yeah, really sorry about that. Rather rude of me, but family comes first, even though you guys are all family as well, but different kind of family. You're a wooden family, briar family. Cheers, Tim. Sometimes with bent pipes you end up making a little keyhole shape here, and that's fine as long as the drill at the end of the mortise is in an acceptable place. That's fine. With bent pipes you can't avoid that keyhole shape sometimes, and if you buy a pipe and you see a little divot just by the opening of the mortise there, it's fine. As long as it doesn't create the walls of the mortise being too thin, that would make it liable to cracking. But other than that, it's not a big deal, and it's unavoidable with a lot of bent pipes. A lot of times what you'll see with bent pipes is that it'll have an adornment and that hides that so you don't see it. Either that, or they'll make the shank very, very small so that the distance between that and the end of the mortise is tiny, so that you don't need to have that keyhole shape. But when you've got a little bit of length on the shank, you end up having to have that because you're going in at an angle upwards. So this end is lower down. But hopefully we'll miss it. If I've lined things up well, hopefully we'll go in smooth. There we go. So when you're going in at the bottom, that means you're pretty much going to be in the right spot by the time you get to the end of the mortise. Got enough angle there to hit the middle of the mortise. Hopefully it'll be the middle, maybe a fraction above the middle, which is absolutely fine. Josh, you know me so well. What would I do with all that, without all the comments? I often wonder to myself, how on earth did I survive before I joined the YTPC? The mind boggles. Oh. Beautiful. That's spot on. And now comes the turning of the bowl. I don't know, Daniel often asks me which is the best part of, or the worst part of making a pie. Possibly this is the best part, I'm not sure. I don't really have a best part, but if I had to choose one, it's possibly turning the bowl. And the truth of the matter is I don't need to turn that much, it's already got a very nice shape to it. It needs to go a bit lower down. sharpen my chisel. Mike, you want to buy me one of those? You can buy me one. And whilst I'm paying the bills, I'll do it my way. Quite simple. I can't afford one of those at the moment. Such a difference. It's like butter now. So at this point, I want to see what the grain looks like, because my plan was to have a ring around the edge and then rusticate the bowl, but the grain actually looks pretty awesome. Hoping that I've got some bird's eye on the top. I'm just going to sand the top a bit more. Ooh, the bird's eye is beautiful, and so is the grain. I don't think I can rusticate this. You want to have a look, don't you? Don't know if you can see that. And then you've got the grain on the side. So I have to start off presuming that it's going to be a smooth bowl. And then we take it from there. Right, I need to hook you up with some power because the battery's about to go. Excuse all the mess. Yeah, and that is the problem, is the jigs. Without a doubt, they are very expensive. Well, Axminster do a compatible machine, just very similar to the Tomek, for £150. It's about $200, so it's not that bad. But in order to get the jigs could cost the same amount again, the right jigs. And to be honest, I literally just use one blade. So for the sake of one blade, I just don't need it. I use this one as well, just for doing the rings, and that's it. I don't use any of the other chisels, any of the other turning tools. as it stands now, I probably won't rusticate it. We'll see how the rest of the block looks by the time we've taken off the thicker parts at the bottom. But as we stand, I think it would be sacrilege to lose that grain. Right, let's bring you back over. Oh. Let's have a look and see what you guys have been chatting about. Could you make 3 pipes a day? Definitely. If I started at 8 or 9 in the morning and worked through till 10 at night, I could do 3 pipes. No problem. Well, I won't say no problem. It depends on the complexity. Certainly do 2 pipes. But I have other things that I need to do during the day, not just pipe making. So I generally restrict myself to 1 pipe. Sometimes I'll do 2. I think the most I've done in a day is 2 and finish off a third from a previous day. Ras. Ramon Allones, specially selected. Okay, so there is the bowl so far. I've put a couple of rings in it and it's looking super duper at the moment. Do any of my kids want to learn pipe making? This is a good question. At this stage, one of my younger ones showed an interest at one point, but he's only like 8 or 9 years old, 10 years old. And he got involved in making one pipe. We did a collab, my son and I. That's the Ruffy pipe, which is still, I can't remember if I've sold it or not. I think it's still there. It's a billiard. It's a very nice billiard. it's a nice skill to have, aside from your daily job. If you don't have any job, then certainly it's a nice job to have, but it's not something I would recommend if you're relying on it as your main source of income. Definitely not. Because for the first probably 10 years, you'd have to be making maybe 1 or 2 pipes a day and selling every single pipe to survive. It depends. If you're living on your own, then no, then you could survive on a lot less. But if you have a family, you have a mortgage to pay, you got cars to run, it would be I couldn't live on what I make on these pipes. It wouldn't be possible for me. But it has been a fantastic supplementary income, and it has helped me during COVID-19 no end. I can't speak to how grateful I am that the timing of how this all worked out. I've been making pipes now for 2 years. The first year gave me a chance to actually sort of hone my skills enough that they were desirable to some people. And in the last year, the pipes that I've sold have really made a huge difference to my ability to put a roof over my family's head and to put food on the table. And that's no exaggeration. My oldest doesn't smoke. He's studying at the moment. He's married with 2 kids. My next 2 boys, one of them is 25, I think, and the other one is 23 or 24. And they both vape for the most part. They've been on and off with cigarettes. My third one, he enjoys a cigar every so often, but none of them have got into pipes. I think for the youngsters, the pipes are just too much to do. The ritual is just too time consuming. They want their fast fix, you know. I've run out of kitchen towels, so I'll have to use what I can find. So there's the top. You can just about make out the shapes, but that is all covered in bird's eye, and you've got some nice grain, really nice grain around the sides. So as I say, originally my plan was, if the grain wasn't good, was to keep the top smooth and then rusticate the side, but hopefully it'll stay the same. First, let's make it into an empire, then we'll worry about who takes it over. Thank you, volunteer. Appreciate that. Somebody else asked me to make a poker. I haven't really made a huge amount of pokers. I made a few, but the pokers that I make tend to be English style pokers. So you tend to have the bowl, and rather than the stem come out in the middle, so you've got pipe underneath it and pipe on top, mine tend to be near the bottom, which is a very English style poker. Because I don't really have as yet a way of making the bottom section completely round. Perhaps on this, with these new chuck jaws, I might be able to do that, but it's something which I haven't really practiced very much so far. So I'm going to pause things here. What I'm going to do next is I'm going to take the chunky bits off using the big sanding wheel. And then I've got to do, on the small sanding wheel here, start to shape, on the shaping wheel, I've got to shape the pipe. So essentially it's going to end up pretty much looking like a Dublin with a dome top by the time it's finished. Basically going to follow that shape, pretty much. Have a curved base and that going around there. So that it's fairly straightforward, but if it works out how I want it to work out and the grain holds up, it should be a stunning pipe. I'm not going to tempt fate, so I'm not going to say any more. So hopefully that will work out well. And I will probably come back live once I've done the work on the shaping wheel because number one, it's very, very noisy, and number two, since I've put this cardboard thing around it to catch the dust when I've got the extractor on, you can't actually see very much of what's going on. So it's not going to be very entertaining. And I suppose I can set up the tripod over there. If you guys want me to, I can. If you want to see, it's going to be noisy, but if you want to see the shaping, just say so, and I'll set something up. Okay, well, in that case, I'm going to have to go inside again, rather than breaking it. So if you don't mind hanging on, I'm going to be about 5 minutes. So I can either stop it and start again or leave you guys on. It's entirely up to you. But I'll leave it on, and if you want to make yourselves a cup of tea, go for it. Patricia, the stripper. She was in her working clothes, you know. Apologies, sorry about all that. Gotta get it rewrapped because it is brass monkeys out here. Wait, I want a commission on that, Jordan. Alright, just stay there for a minute. Right, that should have you covered. I've also put you onto the proper camera so you've got a sharper image. Just got to hook up the wires so you don't run out of juice. Okay, I'm going to go and put the extractor on. Alright, so you want to turn your volumes down, guys. Okie dokie, just clear the boards a little bit. Yeah, Lars Iverson definitely used to carve with the pipe. I read a story in one of, I think it was in one of, what's his name's books, Search for Pipe Dreams. Rick Newcomb. He read that he'd gone to visit, no, I think it was actually in Chicago possibly, when they came for one of the pipe shows. He wanted him to trim off the rim or something, and Lars said, just give me any properly made sharp knife and I can work on a pipe. He used to make knives as well, Lars Iverson. He used to sell knives as well. Those must be extremely rare. I think I use more tape than an electrician. Alright, so this is where it's at the moment. It's looking really nice. Yeah, tape company. So now I've just got to match up this area here, which was taped up before, with a bit below. And the briar's very clean. And I've got to hand sand this whole junction here. And then decision time, stain or not to stain. Once we've gone up a couple of grits, we'll see. No, the stamping was a bit of a frustration for me originally. I ordered a set of stamps from a British company, which was actually recommended by another pipe maker. I got the stamps and I just couldn't get them to get a decent imprint. With a hammer, on a drill press, no matter what, I couldn't get a reliable, consistent result. I ended up ordering another stamp from Buckeye Engraving in the US and designed an LCS Briars logo, which worked out really well. And I haven't looked back since. I've ordered 5 stamps from them now, and I'm about to order a 6th. So I've got. I'm about to order another stamp saying Razor. That's going to be a finish which I think I'm going to use quite a bit. It's attractive. It's a nice rustication. And C-Rock, it's just, although it takes longer to do, and it's much more refined work, if you like. It's much smaller, more detail, but it's less pressure on my joints. Doing the C-Rock rustication is very, very hard work to get a decent gouge out of the briar. You can do like a leather effect, which is a very shallow C-Rock, and that's literally, you're just tickling the briar. But if you want to do a nice C-Rock, deep, craggy rustication, I still do them, but not as often. It's very hard work. You know, you can really work up a sweat doing it, but it's not just that. It's the toll it takes on my joints. So I could see myself doing the razor one more than the reef. Thank you, Grandpa. Yeah, so I've got to figure out the stain. That drill is a £25 drill from Screwfix. It's the cheapest drill I could find. The one I used originally when I first started making a pipe was a Bosch drill. Cost a bit more. I think I paid about £90 for it, for that one. It lasted me about a year and a half. And then that one conked out, and I decided, because I'm working with in this dusty environment, there's no point in me spending a lot of money. And you know, if I buy a drill and it lasts me 6 months or a year, and I only pay £25 for it, then you know, I'm for the price of one pipe, I can get four. For the price of one drill, normally a Bosch one, I can get four of these cheap ones, and that's what happened. I bought these drills. The first one lasted me about a year. Actually, I bought it in February last year, and it conked out a couple of weeks ago. And I'm still under guarantee, so I'm probably going to still try and take that back, because at the end of the day, it's designed to work in a working environment, so there's no reason why it should fail. But this time, as a precaution, I've covered this one in plastic so it doesn't get as much dust in it. And I think I might well buy one or two of them just to have them in stock, so that I don't ever end up being without. With T-handle, no, I haven't tried that. It might make it easier, Mike. It's a nice idea. But I think that might give you more of a pivot and more of an easier sort of holding position, but it won't. I don't think it will change the pressure that it has on the elbow, on my shoulders, and on my wrist. Maybe the wrist it might change a bit, but the power that you need to put behind it, the body that you need to put behind it, I don't think will change very much. I don't know. Maybe, you know, in your mind you might think because of that T-jut thing, it might give you a better screwing action possibly. But to be honest, a screwdriver handle is going to be just as good. But it might take some of the strain out of the wrist. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The thing with this dust is that because you sand up to a high grit, the dust is so fine. It's like to the size of flour grain, you know, ground flour dust, and it just gets into everything. And you know, that's why I'm having the problem with my chuck. Same problem. Um, Sometimes I'll do it on the vise. I've got a piece here which I shaped up, which I put in the vise sometimes. But to be honest, yes, most times I do it in the hand. They do it on a peg. I've seen the videos of Costello doing it on a peg, and they stand up. Standing up also gives you more body power behind it, more inertia. Yeah, I mean, there could be ways to improve it, but the bottom line is it requires elbow grease. Yeah, so this is pretty much what I've done in the past. Put this peg in here, put a pipe over the top, and rusticate. But I haven't actually refined the method of getting that taper exactly right so that the pipe is solid on there. This taper is too extreme. So I need to sort of learn how to do that so that the bowl really sticks on it when you put it on there. Yeah, I actually thought about doing that with the chisel. I actually bought one for that purpose, and I've never actually tried it. Where is it? I'm not actually sure where it is right now. but I did buy one just for that purpose. Which I probably have to sharpen it up. Josh. I'm jealous of your fire, Josh. I'm going to be honest with you. I think at some point I'm going to have to think about putting a fire in here because the electricity costs a fortune. I really would like to spend some time with some master carving houses. I really would. I think Ian Walker I'd like to spend time with simply because of the proximity, but he's got a very limited workshop. I would like to spend some time with somebody that I can gain sort of some knowledge on a variety of skills. And I think some place like that, with DJ Costello, I just don't see them allowing it. Maybe with an introduction from somebody as influential as yourself, Mike, maybe that would work. So although I sanded this to 400 before on the wheel, I've still got a lot of hand sanding to do at the junction. I'm going back to 240 at the moment. Yeah, I guess somebody like Luigi, at his age, you know, he's got nothing to. He's not worried. He's got his reputation. He's got his business, so he's not worried about sharing the skills. I'm not sure how the younger generation would be about that. Yeah, that's amazing. I'd like to be in that position. The problem is that the time flies too quickly, and before I know it, that's where I'll be, hopefully. Still making pipes at 81. those are nice sort of as one-off pieces. They're not really designed for everyday smoke, but they kind of show off the skill of the pipe makers, and they're nice sort of memorabilia, historic pipes to have. It's a bit like my stapler pipe. It's not exactly going to be a pipe that somebody's going to smoke on a daily basis. I don't know what's going to happen with us here in the UK buying stuff from Europe. I was in touch with one of my cigar suppliers and I asked him if everything's as usual. He said, yeah, sure, no problem. But I guess he doesn't really know what's going to happen at my end, if I'm going to get hammered by customs or not. At the moment, there's no customs agreement, so we're outside the customs union. You're getting too much of a shadow there, but the junction's coming along nicely there. You said Vigen before, but I've never heard of that maker. PH Vigen. I've never heard of that. Is that a Danish maker? Right, is he Danish? Oh, right. W. Larson. Did you do the pearl pipes? Those pearl pipes, when they were made with some of the greats, were they sold at different pricing because of that? Or was it early on in their careers when they weren't known yet? Let's see. Former got about a bit as well, didn't he? He had his stint with Bentley, which was very influential at the time. A lot of pipes with his name on it. Yeah, that's what I meant about those greats. You know, the real top guys. So presumably it was when they already had their reputation and they were only allowed at the best pieces of Bry. Then is that what you're saying? Taking on a flunky, are you having a laugh? First of all, I've begun to appreciate the enjoyment of those tedious parts. That's number one. And number two, I can't afford to keep myself going. Not never mind pay somebody else. The truth of the matter is, when it comes to pipe making, none of it is actually a bit which you can hand over to somebody else. I mean, you can, but it will be their part of the pipe that they've made, not yours. Every single part of the pipe has your signature on it, even though not always apparent, but then it becomes a collaboration pipe if you do it with somebody else. But I've realised more and more as I've gone on with my pipe making that every part of the pipe, every stage, has your way of doing on it. Some of it is not so obvious and apparent and will never be something that's recognised necessarily, and some of them will be more recognised. But if you hand over a pipe to somebody else and you get them to sand it, or you get them to shape it, or you get them to do a junction, or then it's not yours. And plenty of factories work that way, but when you're sort of an artisanal pipe maker, then you really want it to be your stamp, don't you? Your pipe. This junction's coming along very nicely. Very happy with it. Tea and sweep up now. That I like the sound of. Are you offering? All the best, Mike. Thanks for keeping us company. Pipe might get finished today, so if it does, you'll see a video later on. Josh, I was very impressed with your pipe. That one you made. Very, very impressive indeed, I think. We're always very self-critical. Super self-critical when it comes to the work that we do ourselves, but you did a good job. Quite a phenomenal job for a first pipe, I think. And to be honest with you, seeing what you've done, I think you could be a superb pipe maker. It's just about the processes, you know. Once you get the experience in the processes, I think you could be a fantastic pipe maker. You know, the processes required to get perfectly round, to get a bevel, that kind of things, which you've done by hand, which is pretty awesome. But once you get a lathe, I think you'll probably be a very, very good pipe maker with time. Probably a lot quicker than me, I would say. You've got a lot of hands-on experience with wood. Hello, hello, Steph. Well, I use the Dr. Pearl Jr. ones, and I've never had a problem with them really. Right, I think I'm ready to go up a grit. The one sheet that I want, I don't have. I wanted to get 320. They didn't have it in stock, so I bought a multi-pack of different grits. I can't see 320. $1,200, $240, $240, $600, $600, $1,500. 2,000, 2,500. That does not help me. Does not help me at all. Yeah. Bah, humbug. This is Italian Mimo briar. And as with all things, you get what you pay for. I'm sure I've got some somewhere. $3.20, that'll do. Yeah, I'm not sure about the stain on this one. The stain, it's a bit of a leap of faith when you stain it up. Every briar interacts differently colour-wise because the shade of the briar is often very different from one to the other. So it's always a bit of a leap of faith. You don't know what the end result's going to be. Right, we're up to 400. I've just realised that this video has been going from beginning to end, so you've actually seen this pipe from block right through to the stage, and so that tells you how long it's taken me to make this pipe so far. We're just coming up to 3 hours non-stop pretty much, except for when I went inside for a minute. Right, quick blast on the mop. once you do the mop, you can see the grain a bit better. That bird's eye is full coverage pretty much. That I've got to stain. I've got to bring out that bird's eye. And there's nice grain, there's bird's eye on the base as well. It's just a question of the colour. First off, I'm gonna sand it. I think this pipe deserves just a little bit of extra love. This patterning here on the top, you can't really see it now, but the grain pattern is called bird's eye because it resembles bird's eyes, as opposed to the straight grain on the side. Essentially, the bird's eye is the ends of these strands of grain. I'm wearing so many layers, it's still freezing. Put the heater back on. Add a bit more coffee. This flask is struggling because it's too cold in here. Thank you, Tony. Appreciate that. Yeah, absolutely. That's why I use it. I've got another plastic one, which has got a ceramic insert. Also got an even better lid than this. This one holds the heat pretty well. It wasn't fully boiling when I brought it in, and that was 3 hours ago. Now it's lukewarm. But yeah, definitely need that lid. So stain wise, I think what I'm going for is I'm going to stain it with a dark brown. I usually go for medium brown, but on this occasion I'm going to go for dark and then take it back quite a bit, so it'll be a mixture of dark and lights. Basically a contrasty finish, which hopefully will work well with the swirls, the light and darks on the stem. Hey Osgar, how you doing? Haven't seen you for a while. I think you've been on my channel before, if I remember correctly. Once we get the stain on, then I'll start working on the stem. I haven't done any work on the stem yet. Got to re-drill it and then shape the bit, and then do a V-slot in the bite zone. So a fair bit of work yet. But I'll do the staining first so that it's drying whilst I'm doing the stem work. Yeah, absolutely, Stabby. They're great for hot or cold. They're really good. They do their job. They do what it says on the tin. Hey Carl, how you doing? When I was in the middle of shaping this pipe, it reminded me a bit of your pipe. This one's obviously taller, but it reminded me a lot of it. The grain, the shape. Any update on an ETA yet on your studio? Four to 6 weeks still. Ooh. I hope you've got a jacuzzi and water beds and all of that in there, the amount of time it's taking. I know the problem well. Right, I can't keep that cigar going. Right, let's go up to 800, which I don't often do, but I think this pipe, it warrants it. Thank you, Carl. That's very kind of you to say. question is, what's January going to be like? Anybody who tries ordering from Europe, what's going to happen then? That's what I want to know. Because I get my supplies from Europe, and I've got quite a big order in somewhere on its way to me. It's about £400-500 worth. I tried to get an order in before the end of December, so hopefully it's already in this country with a bit of luck. Ooh, that feels good. It's not raining here now. Alright, so we've gone up to 800 grit. Time to stain. Because of the thickness of the walls, when I did the rings, I did them really nice and big, very pronounced rings, deep. The depth of the ring is about 2 or 3 millimeters, so that'll never wear out. Sometimes you see them quite shallow, and pipes which have been buffed and buffed and buffed each time somebody refurbishes a pipe, the rings get a little bit shallow. But when you've got enough depth in the briar, pronounced ring is really very good. Just gives it character. That's definitely true, Carl. And the details that are on my pipes now compared to earlier pipes it's a sea of difference. And I continually, I'm trying to grow all the time. See what I mean? This one will be for sale. I still have to decide how many stars this one's going to get. We'll see how it finishes off. I'm always apprehensive when it comes to the staining stage because you just don't know how it's going to end up. As I was saying before, each piece of briar is unique and it has different characteristics, and how it reacts with a stain can be quite different to how another piece of briar will react to stain. I mean, the truth of the matter is, this is a very clean piece of briar, so it could have really had a very light touch when it comes to staining. But I'm hoping that the grain's going to reward me, and that it's going to really, really work well with the stem. I don't do these swirly stems so much anymore. I've sort of gone a little bit more classical, so a lot of the stems I've been doing recently have been black. But I still do plenty not black, but a pipe which looks really high end, sometimes it just needs to have black. Just trying to get the grooves to get it to run down. This is Mimo briar from Italy. If you're in the States, you can buy it from Vermont Freehand, I think, and you can buy it from Raw Crafted from Premal Shida. But there's several grades, 1 to 3, and they're not cheap, I warn you that. Decent briar is expensive. I have had some. When I first started, I bought 20 blocks of briar from Ian Walker, Northern Briars. His blocks were like something like 30 years old, 25 to 30 years old. A stock of blocks which he bought up from the Upshall Pipe Company, which went bust. In not sure when it was, when they went bust, but the blocks were probably 20 to 30 years old. So the first 20 or so that I made, I've got one block left of that, which I'm keeping for myself. I'll make myself a pipe with it one day. To be honest with you, I don't know if it makes a huge difference. I've spoken about this more than once. As long as it's aged enough and it's been cured at the beginning by the harvesters, it's good enough. I don't think that you're going to see a huge difference. I've got some of my pipes which I've made myself with fresh briar, which will have been maybe 2 years old, and smokes fantastically. The stubby bidded that I just started smoking, one of the Tau series that I did, I smoked it and it tasted fantastic. Literally the first bowl. Yeah, I've still got that briar, and I'm going to keep it until I can either get somebody to sandblast it, or till I get a sandblaster myself. There's no point making a smooth pipe with that. That briar was born to be sandblasted. Okay, I think this is the last coat. So this pipe's probably had about 8, somewhere between 8 and 10 coats. So now we just leave it. I'm going to put it on its peg to dry. And we can now focus on the stem. Now we just hope that the stain works out, because that's a nice piece of briar. My drill is inside, so we'll do that bit later. So basically, the bite zone, my pipes, I make them at 4.5 mil, the height of the bite zone. And at the moment, this is 5.3. So I've got to take some off. Well, the advantage of aged briar is that it's had longer to dry out, so the moisture's gone. And when briar is harvested, it's cut into shapes, into blocks. It's then boiled for about 12 hours. When it's boiled for those 12 hours, it leaches out all the impurities and the tannins which are in the briar, which will make if you don't remove them, then it's useless. It's bitter. But the drawback of that is that the block absorbs a huge amount of liquid, a huge amount of water, and that takes time to evaporate. Some companies, they artificially warm them up, and yeah, Carl, it's really good tobacco. So some companies, they do artificially, they put them into heated rooms with warm air being blasted through to speed up the drying process. The risk with doing that is that you could end up cracking the wood because it's going faster than nature intended. So generally speaking, the vast majority of companies, they leave the briar to just naturally dry and for the moisture to evaporate. And it needs about a year, 18 months for it to be usable for pipes. Something like that. You buy any briar from Mimo, any of these people, your briar will have been sitting probably for about a year to 18 months. And if you have it and you have it sitting for a few months or for a year or whatever it is, then you're fine. If you read up on this stuff, some of the great well-known collectors, especially in America, these guys have sort of been smoking pipes for 40, 50 years, and they'll tell you the same thing, that there's no rhyme or reason. You can have a $30 or $40 pipe, a Rossi, a Savinelli second, and it will smoke like an absolute champ. And you can have a Dunhill which costs you $600-700, and it will be a mediocre smoke. So there isn't really a hard and fast rule. And that's assuming that the internal construction of the pipes are good on both of them. You know, With Brio, it's a natural product, and it's right. We've removed 3 mil so far, 3.5 mil. Got to keep going. Yeah, patience is a virtue. Good things come to those who wait. This is a really good file. It's cheap and cheerful. I think the company and maker's faithful. It's got one dead edge, which I use over there so it doesn't bite into the lip. But I think it's becoming a little bit blunt. I really could do with finding one which is sharper. I don't know if you can sharpen up files like this or not. To do it right now. It's a very good size. I mean, I've got bigger ones. This file here, I bought from Axminster. It's called the Bastard. This is called a Bastard file. It's also got dead sides, but it's very heavy. That's for like heavy duty filing. I don't use that on the pipes because I could, but it would be too much work to sand it down, sand the grooves down. And I invested in a few really good, expensive pipes, but files. But this is another one. That size I like, about 3/4 of an inch, which is pretty much what this one is. Yep, there's a lot of work which goes into pipes, depending on how they're made, obviously. And some people, they kind of put their nose up at the price sometimes, and mine are at the lower end of artisan pipes, I can tell you that. But people still put their nose up, turn up their noses at the prices. There we are, 4.5 mil. Bang on. I'm going to take it a little bit lower, make it nice and comfortable, make it a little bit thinner. It's showing 4.6, it was 4.5 before. The hell, man! Apparently it was discovered in France. A guy had a clay pipe which kept, or meerschaum pipe, which kept breaking, and he just decided to make one temporarily from wood, and it went from there. Apparently it was very successful, so he made himself some more, then he gave some to friends, and it just grew from there. So the story goes. Hey Leon, welcome to the channel. 4.5, 4.5, 4.5. Okay, that will be fine. I think I'm going to take that down a fraction. I'm going to make a bit of a noise with the drill, so bear with. You might want to turn your volume down just for a minute. To do it right, child. You got that going around my head now. Go for it, Stabby. Support me. The one I just used now was 180 grit. Nice one, Stabby. Nice one, son. Nice one, Stabby. Let's have another one. Oh, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to make some pipes and smoke them all away. Whoa, come on. Encore, encore. Okay, that's pretty much good to go. I just need to drill the draft hole. I need to re-drill that to my spec, but I don't have my hand drill here right now. I suppose I could do it on here. But I don't actually have the drill bit either. I suppose I could use this one, but well, you can't see the drill. Well, I'm not putting you on a tripod now. Then it takes a sec to do this part. Wide open like a fireplace. Those who know, know. Come on, 240, where are you? There you are, thank you. Yeah. I used dark brown volunteer. Tony 513, where are you based? Are you American or English? When you first put it on, it would be a lot lighter, but I put a lot of coats on. I put coats on until it almost looks black, which it does. So it's pretty much opaque. But it doesn't look as dark as that when you first put it on. It's funny when you're working like this and putting elbow grease into it, you work up a sweat, but your feet still stay freezing cold. All right, I think I'm ready to take this to the mop. Wildcat Sam. Now that's a blast from the past. I think, if I remember correctly, you bought pipe number 1. Is that true? Why, hello, Upstate Pipe Guy. Uh-oh, coffee's finished. starting to stiffen up now. How long have we been at it now? 204, 264. Yeah, we've been at it 4 hours, man. Nice shiny finish. Nice V-cut. Nice and thin. And a beautiful swirly stem. And I think that's as far as I can go right now. I want to let this, sometimes I'll dry it straight away and I'll start buffing and getting the grain to pop, but it's more effective the longer I leave it, so I'm going to leave this for as long as I dare, and I will be back later on, probably with a finished product, although I still need to bend. Maybe I'll go live again later on this evening. I still need to bend the stem and get all that buffing done. Yes, this is 9mm, and once that's been sanded, it will look like the dog's danglies. So I'm going to pause it for now, everybody. Unless you want to have a chat, happy to have a chat. Get the gloves off. I'll light my cigar. Relight my fire. And we can just chat if you want. Any questions? Fire away. Where's the flame? That swirly stem will be going on this pipe once the sanding and buffing is done. This hopefully will be a beautiful straight grain, or almost straight grain pipe, with a lovely bird's eye on that whole rim there. All being well, not tempting fate or anything like that, it should end up being a corker. Well, seeing as the coffee's gone, we'll have to have something cold. Bit of Snapple, how about that? Well, that particular block of briar was a wider block than usual. Wider blocks are harder to come by. Usually they're narrow-ish. Do I have Savinellis that I smoke? I do actually, yeah. I've got a beautiful autograph with a lovely ring grain on it. So this one, because it was a wider block than usual, I wanted to maximize that width to get a really nice wide rim. Now, in order for that to have been effective, it needed to have good grain. And I sanded all the sides to see what the grain looked like. The top I could see had nice bird's eye on it. The sides I could see bits of good grain, some bits yes, some bits not. And I figured what I would do is I would put the rings, like I've done here, the rings on the pipe. If the grain was good, leave it. If it wasn't good, I was going to rusticate it with my razor finish. That was the plan. So it turns out that the grain is pretty good, very good in fact. Beautiful bird's eye on the top and on the bottom. So we shall see how we go. Yeah, volunteer. The more you put on, the more opaque it's going to be, and then if you leave it, the longer you leave it, and then you sand it back, you'll get a nice contrast grain. You should get the softer bits of the grain staying dark, and the lighter bits of the wood sanding off almost back to the original color. So then you end up with the dark bits of grain. You can either leave it like that and just buff it, or you can put another lighter color, so you've got a lighter and a dark contrasting with each other. I had a Savinelli Marron Glace recently, which I gifted to Mel, Garbage Man Piper. What other Savinellis do I have? I'm trying to think if I've got any others. Oh yeah, I've got my 606, which was the second pipe I ever bought at the end of 2015. I've smoked aromatics in that since day one virtually, mainly cherry blends, so I don't really use it for anything else. I don't think I've smoked it in a couple of years. But that was actually the pipe which really got me smoking. It's the one I learnt and got my chops, basically. It's where I learnt how to smoke a pipe, was on that pipe. Savinelli 606. They've really actually got quite big bowls. I used to smoke Blood Red Moon in that pipe, and I could go nearly 2 hours with a full bowl of tobacco. I could go nearly 2 hours with that. Yeah, Tony, either you've noticed it or you've been listening to me, but for me, that's one of my things that I work very hard on, is that transition. And what I try to do most of the time is to mimic that line there with that line there. Obviously, that's in a smaller way than that, but it should mirror almost. Obviously, the angle's going that way, but it should be a very smooth, easy on the eye line from there all the way up there, and the same mirrored on the top there as well. That's what I go for. It's what I aim for when I'm shaping a pipe, and I spend a lot of time on that. So hopefully that's noticeable. Time record? I don't know. I don't think so. I've seen people smoking in slow smoke competitions for well over 3 hours, and with much less tobacco as well. I've only ever been in one slow smoke competition, and I managed 54 or 56, something like that, minutes. I came third. And I got a Peterson Church Warden, silver spigot, Church Warden, which I've never smoked. A green colour, like a St. Patrick's colour. It's not filtered, so I've never smoked it. I've still got it upstairs. Yeah, right, yeah. No, I think that they're probably way over 3 hours by now. I think the record for 3 hours and 10 minutes or something like that was done about 10 years ago. And since then it's been beaten. Right, this cigar's basically done. Starting to taste bitter. Alright people, I'm going to wish you all well. I'm sorry to say goodbye, because I can see there's 40 odd people on. But unless anybody's got any particular questions that they want to ask, I don't want to just string you along here and just sit here with blank space just for the sake of it. Very happy to talk. If there's anything anybody wants to know, anything they want to ask me, it doesn't have to be about pipes, but if you've got a question you can ask with pleasure. But just sit here for the sake of it. No purpose in that really. So, got any questions, fire away. Otherwise, I shall be saying goodbye. I shall count you down from 5. 5. 4. No. Yeah, 5. 4. 3. 2. Au revoir. Would you say, look at that, right at the last, would you say you have a certain carvers that was inspiration in your pipe making? Well, in terms of inspiration and guidance from that perspective, yes. In terms of the shaping, at the buzzer, yeah. In terms of shaping, you have to just look at the pipes and make your own mind up on that. I actually don't know. It's kind of subconscious. I just make the pipes the way I make the pipes. And I think that you get to a point where you get into a certain muscle memory and you just like to do things a certain way. And it's not necessarily intentionally trying to create a signature on your pipes, but it becomes a signature because that's the way you make your pipes. And some people, you can see that they've been inspired by particular carvers. So for argument's sake, the Tau series that I did recently, that was an intentional nod to a particular carver. So I made the pipes in that ilk. but that's not necessarily the way I make pipes. That was an intentional sort of tribute to a carver that I like. A lot of people have said that my pipes look a little bit Danish. They have a Danish sort of edge to them. In my mind, I've really how it seems to me is that I make pipes almost traditional. They're based on traditional shapes, and there's a certain traditional look to them, but with some kind of flair, some kind of twist, something which brings them into the modern day. So my pipes are not, I don't go for these, main reason being that I don't have the skill yet, but I don't go for these, the elephant's foot or the pickaxe. I've done pickaxes a couple of times, but it's not something that I do on a daily basis. So mine are generally founded in classical shapes, but with my own sort of take on it. So for me, whenever I set out to make a pipe, it's a pipe that I would want to smoke myself. So sometimes they might have a little bit of bling on them or something like that. I used to be very much into blinky pipes. Now I'm very much focused on a certain shape, a certain weight. My preferred shape of a pipe is a pipe with a very slight bend. This one will have a very slight bend. Although it looks flat like that, but it was actually made to have a slight forward cant on it, which is what I'm going to do. It's going to be like that, roughly, with a very small cant on it, and then with a little bend. So in terms of inspiration, in terms of people who have guided me, Mike at Briar Blues has been a big help to me, a huge help to me over the past couple of years. Phil Rivara has given me a lot of guidance. Glenn in Australia, used to be called Pipe Nutter, he gave me a lot of guidance right at the beginning. And there was one guy who I forget, he was called something Homestead, his channel, I forget his name. But him and Glenn both, in the first time I ever did a live pipe making video, they basically held my hand throughout that video on how to use my lathe and go from beginning to end on making that pipe. There was about 3 sessions, and in all it was probably 5 or 6 hours, something like that. Those videos might still be up on the channel. I think they are. So go back a couple of years, you'll probably find them. So they were big inspirations and big helps to me in terms of pipe making. Ian Walker, he's been a big help to me. I can pick up a phone to him and anytime and ask him a question, and he'll generally give me a hand if he can. And Mike Billington at Blake Marbriars, because he gave me my first ever use of a lathe. So before I went ahead and invested in a lathe, I went up to see him, spent an afternoon in his workshop, and he let me use a lathe. First time I ever touched a lathe. Wasn't a great experience, but at least it kind of broke the barrier, the intimidation that I had at the time, which I definitely did have. What is the best clincher I've made? Was it bent or was it short? I don't know the answer to that question. I do not know the answer to that question. I've got a whole bevy of pipes which clinch very, very well. So I can't say which has been the best one. I've got a whole selection of them which clench very, very well. So the short ones, the short stubby ones clench well because they're really close to the face. Some which are slightly bent, some which are... I don't have that many full bent, I've got 1 or 2, but I find that the full bents, they're so close to your face that the smoke gets in your face. But I don't know the answer to what's the best one that I've made in terms of clenching. I would imagine probably the short stubby pipes, but I did do for a while the short stubby Rhodesians, which Josh was a big fan of. Pipe Rump, I don't know if he's still there or not, but I haven't done those for a while. Perhaps I should start doing those again. Those are very popular. Yeah. So it really depends on the pipe. Sometimes if it's a short, stubby, straight pipe, it'll be... Oh, he's there. Unbelievable, Josh. Very committed young man. So, short, straight, bent pipe. Those will all clench well. Obviously, you don't want them to be too heavy. because a very heavy pipe is always going to be a challenge. Your Donald Flake still going strong, good for you, mate. How many tins did you put in your pipe? If you don't have a lathe, how much should you look to invest in one? It depends what your plans are long term. That's really the point. If you're planning to do it as a hobby and then maybe let it develop into something which makes you some money, I wouldn't invest too much money. If you're looking to make a proper career out of it, then invest in the best one that you can buy. That's what I would say. You know, this one, as time has gone on, I can see the shortcomings in it, but it's a great lathe. It does a great job. I think I spent either £400 or £500 on it. I can't remember exactly how much it was. And the main thing why I spent more money on it, because I could have got one for £300, but I wanted to get the variable speed, the button that I could turn the speed up and down without having to change the bands. So I spent a bit extra on that. And it was worthwhile, worth every penny for that extra bit of money. But now, if I was to upgrade, I would upgrade to a metal lathe, to a machine lathe. But, you know, there was a time when I thought I had to do that because I was struggling to make bands on pipes. But I've since then taught myself and practiced, and I'm pretty good now at making bands. You know, having them line up in a good way. They're not perfect, but they're pretty good. I'm very happy with the progress. They get better all the time. And that's on a wood lathe. That's without the precision, you know, the things to turn. So if you're doing it as a hobby, come side income, basically like what I do. Don't go too crazy. I would say max out. If you're in the States, I would say max out at about, it depends on, it's all relative. It depends if you have plenty of money. I don't know what your pocketbook is like. If you have plenty of surplus income, then spend the money. You know, spend $1,000, spend $2,000. There's no limit. You can spend $10,000 on a lathe. You can buy an English Myford lathe and spend £5,000 on a second-hand one. You know, if I had the money, then I would do that. I don't have the money. So if, put it this way, spend as much money as you can without it affecting your budget, without it meaning that you can't pay a bill next month. So if it's surplus money, then if you don't have that much money, then I would say max out at about $500-600. That's what I would say. If you go much lower than that, you can buy them, the Chinese ones. If you go much lower than that, you'll find that you'll grow out of it fairly quickly. Another piece of advice is do the same as I did and get one with a knob to adjust the speed, a variable speed one. That's what I would advise. When it comes to other machines, bandsaw, sanding discs, a grinder to sharpen your blades, your tools, those are all quite necessary once you start doing it quite seriously. When I first started, I started with hobby blocks. I didn't have a lathe. All I had was a drill, nothing else, not a single other tool. I had a drill, and everything that I used was, where is it? I bought myself one of these kits. A little thing like that. It's a small little mop. It comes with a little arbor which just goes into the end of your drill. My drill I put into, I had a workbench, a small Black & Decker workbench. I wedged my drill upside down in the workbench, and that's what I had. I put the sanding discs, which I still use now, the same things. I used that for sanding, and I used this for buffing. That's it. I had no other tools. And I would say for 3 or 4 months, maybe even longer, I was making pipes that way. And with success, I was selling those pipes. The first probably 15 or 20 pipes was without a lathe, of the ones that I sold. So what I would actually advise you is, if you are on a budget, is actually don't invest in a lathe yet. Do it on a shoestring like I did, and see if you've got the hand-eye coordination, and that you'll see when on the sanding wheel. Don't expect it on the first pipe, don't expect it on the 5th pipe, but start to see it after 10 pipes. And if you can see that you've got the hand-eye coordination and you can sort of teach yourself to shape, and you're seeing, get hobby blocks pre-drilled, don't worry about the drilling to start with. With a stem already, that kind of thing. Like you saw me shaping before. You shape it, if it's already pre-drilled, it doesn't matter. And you just turn it while that's spinning, you just turn the block against it. They are going to be kind of free-form shapes. They're not going to be perfectly round because you don't have a lathe. You can make them round and you can sort of hand sand it and get it as close as possible to round, but it is challenging. There are other ways of doing it. Another way which I tried is you can pick yourself up a hole saw like that. So you'll have to get an arbor to fit that, and you can start with one of those, and that will give you a perfectly. You can get narrow ones. Obviously, you get the size that you want. You put your block in a vise. You put that in a pillar drill, in a whatever you call them, and you just drill your block that way. So it'll drill out a perfectly round thing. There's people who make pipes that way. People have been making pipes that way for years. So you could do that. See how that works for you. A drill press. Thank you, Josh. There are ways of doing it. You can work your way around not having a lathe. So that's what I would do initially. Is work with basic tools. Work with the drill. And I still work with the drill. The drill is my main. The drill is my main shaping tool. I don't have these fancy. This is my shaping tool. It's a drill. It's a regular drill, which I've put in a vise, and that's it. I haven't yet been able to get a good motor and sanding wheel here in the UK. The ones in America don't match up here. One day I'll get one, but for now I don't have one. And I've been using drills for 2 years, and the pipes that I'm making, are just using a drill. It makes a hell of a racket, but it just does the same job. At the end of the day, you need something to make that spin. That's all you need. And yeah, so initially I would say don't invest in a lathe, because a lot of people go out, they buy a lathe, and they end up having a lathe sitting in their garage for donkey's years, and they don't sell secondhand that well. So I would say find some way to make your disc spin. Once you've done that, then just practice on hobby blocks and see if you've got the knack for it. See if it's something that you can develop the skill, even if you don't have the knack initially, but just train yourself, practice and practice, and see if you've got that, and see if it's something you like doing. You might get bored. Just see if it's something you like doing before spending money, before spending serious money. I've still set up, even though I've got a modest selection of tools, but I do have a selection of tools. The whole setup still is fairly reasonable. My biggest investment is material. It's stem material, it's briar, rings, these kind of things. That's my biggest expenditure. Briar is super expensive. I've spent thousands and thousands already on briar. My whole setup here, the lathe, the disc, the bandsaw, that was £200, 350, 850, 900. The actual machinery itself, maybe £1,000, maybe. Probably just under £1,000. Yeah, very good analogy, Josh. The lathe is the garage's treadmill. You buy one, you're going to lose a load of weight, and you end up hanging your clothes on it. Very good, Josh. All right, people. I'm going to wish you all a very pleasant rest of your day. It's already 7:30, and I haven't had my supper yet. So I'm going to wish you all well. I will probably come back on in an hour or two if you're interested. So stick the notification bell on if you do want to see the rest of the end of this pipe making. Thanks, everybody. I will catch you later.